Hey guys, right, I have a good feeling about the music tonight. I have a feeling it's gonna stay on. He's here. Hi, I'm at Mads. Hey Steps. Oh, got a request already. Rambo intro music. Alright, let's do Rambo. God. There's like a million versions of Rambo here. Let me just find the right version. Who uses the Rambo music? I see lots of different versions of it. Who's it by? I can never remember who it's by. Let's have a look in games, it's probably the easiest way. Martin Galway. Rambo. Hopefully the music's not too loud, hopefully it's the right level. Yeah, it's not showing up under. Oh, there we go, Rambo. Is that the right one? While that plays, I'm gonna have a sort my wine out. No sound. Really quiet. Hang on. I don't know, you should be able to hear that now, I think. Hopefully it's not too loud, hopefully I'm louder than the music. How's everybody's bank holiday Saturday been so far? Just sort of clear my messages on here. Okay, all good. How can you watch an hour of demos coming out? How can you watch two streams at the same time? I'm sure you'll find a way out, Confin. Amiga! I really like this deep sit, it's very, very cool. It shows you everywhere that the artist has worked as well, so. Yeah, I've still not been out really. I've been to the post box to post the cartridges, and I've been down to the bins to put the rubbish out. And that's it. Okay, cool. Let me get this back to was I watching? Cool. It's very cool. Alright, let's go. Let's put that one on. Okay, so tonight, let's show where we're up to. I just need to turn the music down a little bit on my speakers. Hopefully I've got alert sounds tonight. I haven't tested them yet. Actually, let me replay one of the alerts from the other day. Let's just try the last follow. Yep, I can't hear the alerts. Brilliant. I failed at the first hurdle. Let me just take the other headphone out. Maybe it's this one. Is he gonna beat? Thanks for the host, Andy Magic, mate. Yeah, I'm not hearing any freaking sound, am I? Typical. Let me just double check my settings. Who's Hoffman? Hey Prince Face, welcome to the stream. Watching 2 streams and TV. I'm not going to spend too long trying to do this. I had this freaking working before I started as well. This is so frustrating. Replaying that host. Nope. I mean, in all honesty, I'm just going to direct it through the speakers in a minute. Try it one more time. Oh, there we go. I've got some sound there. Quiet, but I've got it. Okay, cool. Right, let's start. So, what I wanted to do on this stream was get the 1 and 2 player kind of selection and credits and things like that working. So we don't have a credit kind of indicator anywhere, so we probably need to put that in somewhere. I haven't actually left any room for that. I mean, I guess we could put it in the player 1 or 2 section when there's only one player playing. You know, like a player press fire 2 credits or something here or here. Let's just set the joystick up for the other player. So we've done this kind of door. And we've done this fade out. So what I want to do, I want to create an FLD routine to get rid of this here, so it just scrolls off the bottom of the screen. We'll use that for scrolling bonus stuff in as well. So I'm just gonna, the first step I'm gonna do is get rid of the hood at the bottom using an FLD, push it off. Then we'll go into the bonus transition. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to make the bonus transition take us back to a title screen. We'll create a very, very simple title screen with just well, just anything really, press fire, and then we'll get all the player 1 and 2 stuff in, so you can join in with 2 players or 1 player, etc. So we can start to kind of get the game flow working properly. And then we'll have a think about what we're going to do in the bonus screen, because I want the bonus screen to kind of come in a section at a time. Again, using FLD, so we'll push the whole screen off using FLD. We'll bounce in some text using using FLD and a tween to bounce in sections of the screen a bit at a time. So we'll write that. But first of all, let's just get this kind of bit moved off. So we do have a transition somewhere. Can't remember where the hell that is though now. Probably an animation transition. Here we go. I was going through all the tunes in each one. Can you make it bounce? Yeah, I'll show you how to do tweens. I don't think we've put any in here actually, have we? So I'll show you. I've got some easy functions in other things that we can pull out and reuse. So FLD is a technique you can use to suppress bad lines and force the rendering of the screen to happen later. I'm just going to find an example. Let's find a video example, is probably best. Well, actually, do you know what does use it? .cosmos uses it. If it loads up. Okay. So yeah, so what's happening here is these are all sprites. Everything here is sprites except this text. And then this text will disappear. It's being really jerky and slow. Actually, it's probably easier if I just show you in a debugger. That's probably the quickest way of doing this. This one set fire to my 5G tower. No, I've had some weird problems actually with video. If I've got video playing in multiple places, it seems to slow down for some reason. I don't know if it's a problem with Twitch, although I have got the video paused on Twitch. I doubt it's that. But there is something a little bit weird going on. I'm not entirely sure what. Okay, so this is FLD. Let me slow it right down. And go into this mode so you can see what's happening. So you can see the stars are sprites. I should probably speed it up a little bit. So as I said, you can see the stars are sprites, they move across the screen. And then the moment I press fire, so if I press fire, just rewind it a little bit. Slow it down. There we go. So you can see we still have the text on screen here. Now, so you can see that all the screen's already in place, but we're using FLD to prevent it from being drawn until we want it to be drawn. That allows us to scroll it in at any speed we want. And that's all FLD is. You can see the screen isn't moving at all. We're just using a trick, a hardware trick to create the illusion of scrolling. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to create something like that. I heard that's a favourite pastime of Britain's now. That yeah, it's, I don't know why they're doing that. Idiots is what they are. Okay, update FLD. Here we go. So first of all, I want to know where this is happening. So I'm just going to put an border increment in at this position. And then I'm going to find where this transition happens, just jump straight into it. So we're doing it normally here. Just get rid of that, and hopefully that should just take you straight into the transition. So it's happening at the top of the screen, which is good. Obviously, we're still running some other routines here, so this is kind of incorrect at the moment. Sprites haven't been removed, but I'm going to use this view to just see if we can move this down a little bit. So maybe something you could use to transition. Oh, do you mean the? Oh, you mean the fade sort of thing? So the fade's kind of cool. The reason that works is because our random routine here repeats the same numbers in sequence, even though it basically just takes the numbers from 0 to 255 and shuffles them, and that's considered random enough for something. But what that means is if you go through the entire list, then you use every single number once, which means that transition, if you use that to just blank out squares on the screen, you get a nice kind of smooth kind of pixelization of the screen. Okay, so the transition we're going to do is going to be really simple. We don't care about anything at the top of the screen. The screen's already blacked out. All we literally need to do is move that screen down three lines or 2 lines, 2 character lines. So the way we need to do that is we need to, whenever there's a bad line, we need to suppress it. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get to a bad line. So I believe the first bad line is going to be at, I'm going to say 50. We can try it out anyway. In fact, we can put it into here and try it. If you want to know where the bad lines are, just run it in the debugger and take a look. CPU jam? Why are we getting a CPU jam now? That's weird. Yep, I can. I did think it might be a bit loud. How's that? Is that better? Hey old school coder, welcome to the stream, dude. Perfect, cool. Okay. Let's run that in the debugger and see what happens. Oh, why is the debugger crashing now? What? Oh, maybe I need to load it up properly first. Right, there we go. Let's try that. No. I'm just getting a CPU jam at that point. I couldn't tell you why. Let's try. There we go. Right. Stupid thing. Right. Okay. So this is our screen. All we need to know is where the bad line starts. So there's a bad line right there, and that says raster wide 33. So that's where the first bad line is. So let's do that. So this will keep repeating until the line hits 33. Then when it hits 33, what we need to do we'll keep a counter of how many lines we want to push off. Let's just put 8 in for now. We'll pull this from another value in here that will increase and decrease. To install the new Windows update. I haven't seen one actually for a while. I need to move this fan close. It's really warm in here. I need to advance my calendar as well, it's still on March. I heard the alert, amazing. Hi guys, welcome to the stream. Thank you Gabriel Domino for the stream, or Gabriel Domino, I'm not sure how you prefer that to be pronounced. Welcome to the stream guys, what have you been doing tonight? What's on the menu for tonight? We're gonna do a quick FLD routine to push the stats off the bottom for our transition, and then we're gonna work in the strange noise coming from outside. Then we're going to work in the rest of the player controls, so being able to start in 1 player mode, 2 player mode, start with player 2, start with player 1, things like that. Because we need that to do the bonuses as well. Yeah, welcome along to the stream everyone that's come along with Gabriel Domino. So I'm Shannon50k. We do on Saturday nights we do game coding for the C64 of course, in 6502 Assembly. You can check out my tools. It's always one of the first things people ask, so this is what I'm using. Cool, Nightbot's not working. Oh, there we go, yeah it is. Yeah, so we're just in the process of adding a new transition from the game into a kind of bonus state. We're just trying to finalise that now. So we've already got in the accumulator D012. So I would say let's assume that we've cleared the carry bit and it hasn't changed. Actually no, it will be set at this point because yeah, so it's going to need clearing here. Then we're going to add 01 and that with 07. I just need to check the values I've got in D011, I think it is. Yeah, vertical screen height needs to stay the same. Everything else needs to stay the same, so I would say and 07 store accumulator 011 or in it with 8. There we go. And we need to count the bytes here as well, count the cycles. So this is 2 cycles, this is 2 cycles, this is 2 cycles, this is 4, so that's 10 cycles. And we need to waste 53 cycles. So we'll do a normal trick. Oh, I like this tune. This is Commodore, yeah. So that's going to waste 45. Hang on, 2. So if it takes it 3, so it's going to be 8, 40, 44. And then at 5 for each one of these, so 49, 53. And then we're going to decrease Y. We might need to change where this position is. We're probably going to have to include that as well, so let's include that in our calculation. So that's 12. This is an extra, it's always going to take this branch. This is an extra 2, 3, so that's 17. So this needs to be 46. So it's going to give us 44. Oh, not there. There we go. But hopefully when we run this now, we should see the text move down a little bit. Hopefully, if everything's gone correct. Yeah, there we go. So it has moved down a bit. We are seeing some jittery stuff around here. Let's try. Actually, let's just to check the stability of this. Let us take. Let's put that in there. So this is 6 cycles. So I just need to take 2 off here and add 2 more knobs. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. We're not seeing background changes because our character color is covering it, unfortunately. Actually, we can change that by changing the character that gets drawn there. So if I just put, let's load our characters up. Yeah, so put 0 in there and we should see the background. So just going to temporarily put that in there. Just want to make sure that this is stable so that the raster works. I think it is stable because the screen isn't flickering or anything. Yeah, it looks stable enough. I don't know what this is here. Could be sprites. So let's check by. Let's reverse this now. Get rid of this. And add 6 more cycles in. So add 10 here. Take 4 away here. And then in our main loop. Oh, I like that retro emote. That's really cool. Dang, you have the coolest emotes, Hayes. I think I just need to hang around in more rooms, don't I? Right, let's do this manually. Okay, so yeah, the now I figured out what it was because I'm using a filter on a. Oh, that's not moving down at all. Because I'm using a filter on a web page. If I change the size of the web page, one of the filters is a crop, a relative crop. So, okay, this is incorrect. Let's just put our stuff back here. What am I doing here? Okay. So this is 10, 11, 12, 17. So I need 46. This is going to give me 44, 46, but I've added this, so I need to take 2 off here, add 2 on here. Just put 0 back in. I just need to make sure this is all correct before we start animating it. Not moving that down at all. It was, and then it isn't there. Hang on, so this is 30, 34, 40, 46, 51, 61, 63. This should be working. Turn that transition off. See, it seems to work when there's sprites up here, which makes me think it's something to do with the sprites. It's a timing issue to do with the sprites, so that's fine. What we can do, we can set that up here. I'm just going to do 2. Actually, it might be enough just on that line. Basically, we just need to suppress the bad line. So we just need D011 and D012 to match at the right point. So it's just a matter of finding the right point. So we're getting a flick here, but that's probably because we've got sprites at the top. We've seen the sprites flickering around. So I think if we turn that off there. Yeah, 4 kilobyte demos generally mean that there's some really clever unrolling going on. No, it's still happening at the wrong time. I think because we're happening a line too early now, so... Probably don't need to do that, or do that. Oops. PC demos. Oh, PC. Well, they're still probably using Unreal Code and lots of procedural stuff. Some of the, I love the music stuff in those, and it's really impressive how they do the music demos in 4K. Like all procedurally generated shader worlds with procedural music as well. Best thing about Revision is the shader showdowns. They're cool. $16 GB of graphics hardware. Oh yeah, they will. They'll be almost all entirely done with shaders because it's the best way to do procedural stuff like that. You write a small shader and you can create, well, you've seen it in the shader showdown, they can create a 30-line file that can create some insane stuff. Alright, why is this not working? Why is it working? Right, let's see what's actually going on. When are we actually hitting this loop? Okay, let's go back to what we were on before, and let's just turn sprites off once we get it working. Let's see what happens. Once again, this was supposed to be the fast bit. Yeah, see, it's pushed it down here correctly, but we have got what looks like sprites dancing around at the top here, so I'm just going to make sure that if we're in this this loop here that we're actually gonna turn all the sprites off. Whether or not that's gonna work because we haven't transitioned properly, I don't know. No, it's not. It's still got something up here. Just going to put it in the debugger, see what the hell that is. I think it's sprites. Can't imagine it being anything else. Oh no, it's not. Oh, it's garbage. Okay. Okay, in that case, what we'll do is we will go the other way. And go run with a bit of delta. We're getting a little bit of glitch, but it's fine. You can see the FLD effects happening here. This will go if we turn off the border stuff. So get rid of this change here. So I remove 6, so I need to add 6 on. So we add 10 here, remove 4 here, that's added 6. We're still getting a bit of junk up here. Maybe that will go when we add the correct character in back to the background. No, we're still getting it jumping around like crazy here. I think this is probably just due to unstable lines. So we can try and stabilize that a little bit. Let's do this here. And then I guess if we just do another one. We'd have to use knobs to push it all the way out. That's fine, we can use a delay loop like this. It's getting junk everywhere, it's really weird. Maybe I need to actually change the IRQ at this point. So let's look at what's happening. So we're going through this normal routine here. And then we're going to end level transition. Which is this bit here. I'm going to play around with the timings a little bit. Why not? I'm going to keep my eye on these things as well. So what's everybody been up to this glorious bank holiday of nothingness? Let's try lowering it first. Okay, we've got rid of the one up there, we've still got one down here. This one down here is probably because we've got an IRQ split here. We need to disable. I'm going to do right here. So I'm just going to set the interrupt disable flag. This is just going to ensure that oh, you got Rambo again. You wrote code. It was big boy code or 6502. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of React actually today for something I'm working on. Something I'm working on for the C64, but it's been in React. And it's just been so easy. React is easy mode compared to 6502. So I've managed to very quickly prototype something. I say prototype. I've actually created something useful. Okay. You're obsessed with Creatures 3. You're going to be so disappointed. Okay, now it seems like it doesn't want to do... It doesn't want to push that stuff down at all. I just kind of experiment here now. That's big boy math for multiply and divide. Well, it depends, you see. So I can do most of the things you can do in 68K, but without multiply and divide. I can do a multiply and divide using just bit shifts and plus and minuses. As I'm gonna do on Thursday, I'm going to do another Let's Code 6502, and I'm going to explain how to do some quick ways of doing division and multiplication. There's some sneaky ways to do it. It's all about accuracy. How accurate do you need? Because most of the time, if you're doing a division, you actually don't need to be precisely accurate anyway. You only want a rough estimation, and that means you can do things in a fraction of the time. And actually, most of the time, if you're doing a divide by 3 or a divide by, if it's not a power of 2, then you could probably rethink your code. There's only a few cases where you might need to do it properly. What is going on? Something's going wrong here and I can't figure out what it is. I'm not really paying much attention. Okay, this is scrolled the wrong way now. So apparently turning off that interrupt is no good. This here is bugging me. I'm just wondering if we delay a little bit more in here, maybe, or just a knock, 2 knocks here might do it. I seem to be participating in the demo competitions. No, it hasn't made a blind bit of difference, has it? Okay, let's turn on the proper transition, see what happens. See, we're not even getting the shift here. Do you know what? I'm going to move this down into the HUD because we have got a HUD section. So let's get rid of this. Let's start again. It's not a good start. We're just going to delete everything that we've done so far tonight. Yeah, let's just get rid of all of this. Let's keep the RTS. Okay, so like myself look like a ninja. No, I've got a black t-shirt on again tonight. Oh, happy birthday, Gunstar Hero. No, I'm setting the right bits. I think because I'm doing it at the top of the screen, it's probably not ideal. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to set a flag in here. We'll use this to push things. So in somewhere in here we have already got a split that does the bottom half. Oh, we've already got a... Oh wait, what? Screen check. What? Transition. Oh, we already had this. Apparently, FLD active. There we go. Oh, okay. Apparently, we already had an IRQ that was doing this, which is this one here. Okay, that's setting the next line. Yeah. Cheers, Gunstar Hero. Happy birthday, dude. Okay, this is why we're having a problem. So this is where the first battle line is going to be, but we need to take into account the screen check, or do it. Actually, we probably don't. What we do need to do is we need to make sure that these two are not the same. So if we load, okay, let's do a countdown. Let's do 8 lines again. Let's do a loop here. So we're going to do the loading here. We're going to try and do this in a way that keeps this minimum. Okay, so we've got 2, 2, 2, 2, 4, and then at the end we need so I believe that's 4, 2, and that's going to be 3. So this is 9 plus 12, 21, so we need 42 here, so this can give us 35, 39. Thank you for the follow, Red Tea at Door. Welcome to the stream, dude. I heard my alerts, amazing. Right, okay. I feel a bit more confident about these. I might need to time this a little bit here. In fact, if we do this with, I missed that. Pro7, thank you for the host, dude. Okay. Okay, we are getting some jitter, so something is working here, but the timing's off because we shouldn't be jittering around like that. So the timing is off because the moment we set this is probably too late, so we need to do this earlier. So if we just move this to here, like so. Actually, that might be enough just moving that there. Let's just try that. God, this never took me so long last time. This is crazy. Okay, we're definitely getting some jitter here. How can the and be 2 cycles? Usually they are. If they're immediate mode, they're usually 2 cycles. And also don't forget that the different like fetch, write, and all these things, they overlap with each other as well. They can happen simultaneously. So sometimes you've got something that's grabbing a value and at the same time it's preparing the run as well. So I think I'm pretty sure it's 2. I'm going to check anyway now. You've made me doubt myself. I'm pretty sure most immediate mode things are 2 anyway. And immediate mode 2, yeah. The rule is usually if it's immediate mode it's 2, if it's absolute mode it's 4, if it's 0 page mode it's 3. If it's index mode then it's load, then it's 4 unless it crosses a page, in which case it's 5. If it's store it's usually 5. Increments are 6. Increment INC and DEC. It's still happening too late, isn't it? It's this that's happening too late. So I'm going to move this into here. And change it to a subtract, because I think that's probably better. And then I'm going to put a copy of that at the end of this routine as well. So around about here. Which is the first thing that happens in that loop now. Is there a way to increment using fewer cycles? No, not really. Basically, so an increment is this. This is the thing, right? So if I wanted to increment the border color, that takes 6 cycles. And no matter how you do this, it's going to be more. So if I load that, that's 2. Now increment that, that's 2. And that's 4. And the reason why this takes so many is because it's essentially doing this. It's just there is some overlap between the cycles. So yeah, and it gets kind of worse if you use the accumulator as well. So you could do which takes the same amount of time, but now you're at the mercy of the carry bit. So if you did this first, it's going to break. So really, you'd want to put a clear in there as well, which would take longer. So you could you do that actually? Could you? I've never thought of doing this, so I'm gonna just check something there. I bet it's 7 cycles though. Oh no, it's 6 as well. Yeah, so even if you were to use 0-page X indexed addressing, so you can do something like this. So if you knew X was 0 already and you had D020 stored at this address, but this is still 6 anyway, so it really doesn't matter. I think there's another way. No, not really. The only time you start making improvements is if you want to do multiple increments. So if you want to increase a value by 2, and you did something like this, then obviously that's 12 cycles. So that would definitely be quicker with both methods. But then there's ways to make this quicker as well. So say you wanted to do that with the accumulator. That's 2, oops, that's 2, that's 2, that's 4, so that's 10. It would be the same if you use the X register as well, but what you could do is you could do actually, would that work? Because this would still be 4 as well. No, this would be 12 as well, so it wouldn't make any difference. But if you increment it by more than 2, so if you increment it by 3, then you can do something like this. Use a table to speed it up as well. But it'd have to be 3 or more in order for that to be quicker. I actually use I use a table called plus for this. And then I'd do something like that. And my plus table is literally just that. And then if you want to add 3 to something, you can very quickly do it this way. But I'll go through that in the next Thursday stream though. Right, okay, back to what we were doing here. Why in my face? Okay, let's just skip this for a second. Let's work out where the hell our border is, because I have a feeling our raster line is, because I have a feeling it's not in the right place. So ideally we want it in the border. So actually, let's do it with the loop turned off. It should be pretty stable. God, there's a lot of tunes in Monkey on the Run. You see it is jittering around quite a lot. It's also up here, which is not where I thought it was going to be. I would have thought it would have been down here. So let's check that out. Ah, yeah, see, this is... So this is doing the screen shake. So actually we need to change this here. Let's just sort out where that's actually happening, because I think it's happening at the wrong point. I'm going to go for a smoke in a minute. No, it's still happening up here. You see this line here? It's happening in the wrong place. Ah, hang on. I think we're just hitting the wrong point. Just need to make sure we go back and call that. I'm not explaining very much as I go along here. I do apologise for that. It's getting stuck though for some reason. Alright, I'm going to go and take a quick break. Maybe when I come back my head will be a bit clearer, because I'm not doing too well with this at the moment. Alright. I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes, guys. Be right back. Right, let's go. Catch up on chat a bit. Okay. Right, let's rethink this a little bit. So we do have an IIQ that we're hitting on the FLD, so let's look at this instead. So I think what we should be doing when we come into our second IRQ is none of this crap, and instead, if transition is active, we'll jump to here. If it's not active, if it is active, then we jump to FLD IRQ, which is this one. Don't need to do that. We do need to set up the final IRQ, which we'll do at the end down here. This basically needs to be the same as this. Oh, this is Arkanoid. I recognise these. Let's get rid of all this, right. So now, let's just see what happens if we do this. Get rid of all of that. Ooh, completely breaks. Oh, I'm doing this in the wrong place, aren't I? No. Do all this, then we set this, yep. And then in the IRQ, basic behavior is to jump straight to here. Sake, what am I doing? Hey Furrow, welcome to the stream. I've completely broken things now. What have I done? Update FLDs here, just as an RTS. Our normal IRQ comes through here. Let me just undo everything I've done in here today. Just I'll go with this one. So we wouldn't do any of this. So if I take that out, our transition should work exactly as it did before. Right, there we go, that's working. Yeah, I do think it's affecting me a little bit, to be honest. I've not had the best of times with it at all, but I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give up. I'm going to get this working. So I think what we need to do is, oops, just do this here. And then we come into this one, which probably doesn't need to include screen shape, which is fine. So we do want all of that to remain the same. We don't need the store state because we're jumping directly into it. It's not giving up, he's chilling out. No, no, I refuse. I refuse. Okay, so we definitely have something going on. I think we're in the right IRQ now. We can test that just by delaying a little bit. Let's just wait a line here. So let's put a breakpoint in there. I feel like I'm not even hitting that now. Oh no, we are hitting that, okay. And we're at line 1, we're at the top. Okay, so that's incorrect. We don't want to be at line 1. Which means our IRQ here, which is going into the second IRQ, which is this one. Yeah, see that. Let's call that setup. In which case we are going to need store state here, and we're going to need basically this in here. No. Thank you, cheers for the host. Welcome to the stream, dude. Don't care about that. That should be fine. Right, hopefully now we'll hit the right line here. Let's give that a run. Yeah, okay, we're hitting the right lines now. So if I turn the brake off, we should see a jitter in the border of the colour. Yeah, we're seeing this roughly the right place, that's good. Okay, cool. Okay, we don't need that right there. Let's call this HUD FLD, or else it's just going to be confusing when we look at it. Let's keep all the labels meaningful, I guess. Okay, cool, right. Okay, cool. So can get rid of this one there. And let's do our little loop here. So we want to do 8 lines. And we want to take so 4, 4, 4. So this is 12 total. Then we need to decrease y. So that's 5 total. So that's 17. So we need 46 in the middle. Thank you for the sub, Fistmaster2K4. Welcome to the stream, dude. I remember you from last time, actually. It's an unforgettable name, so I said that was the unfollow button. Oh, some NES demos. That's cool. So this is going to give us 44, which is 1 too many. No. 2. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. Just need a knock on the end of there. So this is actually 46. So it's 46 plus 5, 51, 63. That should be good now. Okay, we're getting a tiny bit of flicker here, but it means that we're probably getting the right behaviours now. So let's try just knopping into that a little bit. You can see it moving there, so we're almost there. Another knock in. Finally managed to get a hardware capture set up on the C64. Nice. Yeah, I've kind of got mine working there. Actually, I still have my OSSC, which I actually don't need anymore because the C64 Ultimate goes through HDMI, so I can just do it straight through that. I mean, I do need it for PC Engine, but yeah, it's just not stable enough down here, I don't think. I'm just going to turn the sprites off just to make sure it's not the sprites. I don't think it is, but let's just make sure. I think it's just time, that's all. So the question is, are we on a bad line? We might not be, and this might be happening too late. So if we just move this and do this here instead, and then do a copy of that at the end. Do it here. It's just going to shift over where that's actually happening. That's still happening in the wrong place, isn't it? Okay. Oops. Just put that back. Stick a couple of knobs in there. It's really, really trying. But it's also enabling the sprites when it comes back to this original one, which is a bit annoying. Let's try. Add 4, so this is 10. Take 10 off at 4 on. So this is now 34. 34. 36. 40. Hang on. 6. 34. 40. 42. There we are. That's now 16. 50. 62. Hang on, that's not right. 34, 50, 55. So I need 8 here. Oh, I've got 8, okay. 34, 52, 47. Oh, that is right. God, God, I can't even count right tonight. It's so damn close, it really is. Get rid of all those knobs again. This should not be as difficult as I'm making it seem. Let's just do one line. So you're not even getting the one line here. Get rid of that check. Oh, I'm making a meal of this, really am. I might skip this in a minute and move on to something else. I mean, it's a minor thing that I can think about when my head's more in the space for it. So basically I need to get to that line, which I'm at now. I need to wait till I'm on to the next line. What am I doing wrong here? I could do it at the top, but I can't do it at the bottom for some reason. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's going back to main IRQ, which we don't want. We actually don't want to do this. I think that's it. I think we just don't want to do that. Don't tell me it's that simple. I think it's just because we're skipping frames. It's just me being stupid. So yeah, what was happening was the interrupt that was, yeah, is it the interrupt that does the screen split? It was. What was happening is I was performing this new routine. So basically you come into here, is the transition active? It is, in which case we jump to this, which sets it up. So we come here, this was setting it up, and it was setting E2 as our point on the screen. So this was firing at E2, but then right at the end of here, I was setting an interrupt for the top for the main IRQ at E2 again. So it was alternating between the two IRQs. You said that an hour ago. Yeah. Sorry, dude. Just fucking not my day at all. That's what you get for doing React all day, I guess. Okay, so in which case now what we can do is we can load this value from our transition. So we'll have oops. Just going to reset it, and then here we're going to update it. So at this point here we're going to load this value from yeah, I should pay more attention to chat. I was kind of looking at it. It's just me being really stupid. I was thinking the FLD routine looks fine. I don't know why it's flickering. So all you really need to do with the FLD routine is you basically just need to take the value in D012, you need to take the last 3 bits of it, so ANDing it with 07, and subtract 1 from it. So you just do the subtraction first, then you do the AND, then you put the bits you need back on to D011 and store it in D01. It just makes sure that the 3 bits never match and forces the screen down a little bit. But the problem was and you have to make sure that this loop here takes exactly 63 cycles every time. Remembering that this, in fact, I'll put a little comment in here, always takes initial x times 5 plus 4. So if our initial x is 6 and it's 30 plus 4, so this loop takes 34. Then you add these knots on, which are 2 each, so this totals 42. Plus this bit, so it's 16, so that's 58, and then 5 for this bit here, because the branch is always taken. So now what we should be able to do in here, I think we do have, let me open columns to 0 page, we do have a timer somewhere, don't we? I can't remember where it was now. ZP counter, I should probably move that actually into here instead. There we go. Oh, so simple, really. Otherwise we will take the value in transition FLD index, increase x, compare x to 0. Oops. All this just to move that thing off down the bottom. It's kind of ridiculous. ZP counter. ZP counter. Single. Oh, it's ZP underscore. Okay. Okay, it's jittering around like a lunatic. Why is it jittering around like a lunatic? If I put a static value in there, maybe it's just the timing of this as well now. I can probably replace this with something else which times it better. It doesn't have to be spot on, you see, so this is probably too much. It's probably overkill. If this is stable, then this is overkill, and we just need to do another decrease timer. Yeah, so that has moved it down, but actually it's moved it down by an entire line. only done 2. Oh, because I think when we come out we actually need to make sure that they do equal, so so we load our current line. I need to add 1 to it, and it was 7. Take a line, add 1. So, yeah, so that when the next line happens, it's a bad line. Yeah. Otherwise, it's not going to happen until it goes round again. Let's put that back to 2. Oh, Last Ninja 3. Oh, I didn't know Rain did Last Ninja 3. That's cool. That's probably happening on the end of a line, so we just need to shift that a little bit. There we go. Now the problem is that this, if this jitters now, this is because it's taken too many cycles before this is active, which means we'll replace this with a cycle wasting loop. It seems to be fine. Actually, that didn't seem to change. Just going to put a marker in here just so I know what this is. No, not that one, sorry, this one. That'll do, it's fine. All this for such a tiny thing. 3C10, okay. I really hate the new Vice because it doesn't remember my monitor settings. Okay, it's stuck at 0 and it's not changing. Probably because transition FLD index, transition FLD index. Stick a break in here, make sure it's actually updating. Yeah, it's never hitting that for some reason. Maybe that counter's not actually going around. Hey Sinla, welcome to the stream. Okay, so accumulator is 41. Oh, it's only ever hitting that once and then it's never hitting it again. Let's put that one in first. And then it's not hitting it again. Why is it not hitting it again? Oops, normal 3C10. Still 0, 0. Okay, is it actually getting into this? Yeah, it's only doing that once, which means our loop in here is probably wrong. Into transition update, okay. Into loop. Transition update comes in here. If the transition FLD is active, it comes down to here. Oh, why is he doing that? Jump to subroutine in there. Probably shouldn't be doing that. Ah! Let's have a look at this. Right, so it comes into here, does this whole random thing. If we reach the end of the random thing, then we set this value and we exit FLD active. And then if FLD is active, so we're still going to come in here. In fact, let's update FLD. Seriously, is that being cleared? Maybe it's being cleared for some reason. So it's 3T0E, so at this point it's 1, which is correct, and then it stops working, so let's... Oh, this is so frustrating having to do this. So it's still 1, okay. Comes back here, does this. Let's increment the border color, make sure that that's happening all the time. This has got to be the most boring thing ever to watch today. Yeah, it's not happening every time. This one is not happening. Oh, because this is not being set. Yeah, that's why. So that is actually being set in our main IQ here. So we need to make sure we still set that, or else it's not going to be triggered at all. So I watched football once. I like football. Don't give football a bad name. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. So now if we get rid of that break, it should be fine. I tell you what, I've made a meal of this tonight. Really, I've made a meal of this. But whatever. It's all fun and games. Okay, there's a bit of a glitch, probably due to timing, but we do have something that kind of vaguely resembles FLD down the bottom of the screen here. It is flickering though, so I need to work out why it's flickering. I'm guessing this is just to do with the timings up here. Here. So I'm going to replace this with one of these loops. Like so, there we go. Let's try that first. So we just need to play around with these values a bit. So I'm also going to set the border to match the color that's being set in our update loop in here. this way we can see if it actually stops, because it should stop. Which it is doing. Okay, so this is probably just a timing thing. So let's try and get that timing so that this border change happens at the right place. And let's set our you can see it's flickering all over the place. It's kind of, sometimes it's over here, sometimes it's over here. Okay, that's fine. What we can do is, first of all, let's increase that a little bit. Let's set our border so we can see everything that's going on. Okay, so you can see it's kind of happening all over the show. Sometimes it's happening here actually, and sometimes it's happening here. So I think we need a combination of the two approaches. So I think the first thing we should do is make sure that we're not on the line that we were on before. So we'll just keep repeating that until we're not on the same line. That should stabilize slightly. We don't need perfectly stable, we just need to be in roughly the same place all the time. So you can see we're over this side, we need to be, ideally we need to be on the next line. So let's just increase our counter here a little bit. Let's make 10 more cycles, probably too many actually. Oh, see, it's still not enough, it's kind of... Let's try 12, that's like 64 cycles, that seems like too many to be honest. What's that? Let's get rid of that again. Yeah, it's just happening a little bit too late sometimes, that's all. Which makes me think, oh, this is too long. So let's do this again, but let's reduce this time. Let's do this like 5. Put a breakpoint in there, and then I'm going to load it with the debugger. The debugger will help me see exactly where that line is. What's going on? I can't believe I've taken almost 2 hours to do this. It's kind of ridiculous. Okay, raster X 140, so that's far too far across the screen. 160, 170, 180, 198. Oh. 1D, 1C, 1D. Yeah, it's happening way too far across the screen. It should be kind of over here, really. But it's happening over here. Oops, wrong button. I'm not going to spend too much longer on this. Just bugging the shit out of me now. feel like that's no longer taking 63 cycles either. Let's just count this, make sure this is freaking right. Maybe I'm doing something stupid here. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16, correct. 6, 34, 42, okay, 58, 63, this should be fine. Could it be this that's wrong? Let's just get rid of that, see if it glitches. If it's still glitchy, then it's the timing. If it's not glitchy, no, it's still glitchy, isn't it? Okay. This is such a simple thing. I really should be getting this. This is not difficult. And I mean, at this point, I could have just scrolled it off the screen easier, but I do want to use this as a way of doing this. This probably actually. Let me just double check. Am I doing something really, really dumb? Let me checking my. Because I do have similar code in here, I believe. That was it. It was intro. I missed this one, I think. Wait for a specific line. Oh, hang on, I'm doing something a bit different here. Why am I storing it there? Alright, let's try that approach. Okay, so this approach is a little bit different. Let's get rid of this. So we do have this, and we do this thing, but I did an add instead. And that's correct. But then here, my stabilizing timing is just looking for a specific line. Yes, doing a few things, grabbing a value, comparing. If it reaches a specific point, exiting, otherwise setting the line and going back. Do you know what? I'm fed up with this now. Fed up with this. I'm going to do this again at some point. I mean, I'm going to show you what I've been trying to do, because in the fighting game, I had it perfect. If you look at the character select screen in here, so So when you pick a character, you'll see it bounce up. You see? I was using FLD, and that was perfect. So I don't know why that didn't work. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, we'll leave this for now. It's fucking bugging me why that isn't working. It really is. I can only imagine it's to do with some crappy timing thing somewhere, but we'll leave this as it is, and we'll stick an intro in and get player 1 and 2 working. At least that'll be a little bit simpler, I think. God damn it, not a good day for me. Alright, back in a minute, guys. Right, let's get on a positive note. Let's do something that actually works. Got some wine in me. I wish I could show you what I've been doing today, but I can't, unfortunately. That stuff's working kind of great. Okay. So let's just leave that in there for now. I can just work that out some other day. So basically what we're going to do now, we're going to add, so this is our entry point, and this is our main loop. This is the initialization of the song. We generate the tables here. Creatures 3 levels. No, it's not. Oh my god. I wish I was doing Creatures 3, I really do, but it's not. Okay, so this is our start. I think this is where we start. So this is game entry. So we're just going to put an intro in here. And the intro is just going to be super simple. So we'll create a new folder called intro, a new file called, let's call it title screen. Actually, it makes more sense, doesn't it? And this will have an init, and it will have an update. For now, it's not going to do very much. We're not actually going to create a proper title screen. What are you trying to do? What is that supposed to be? Oh, an arrow of some kind. There's a lot of Last Ninja music in this mix, isn't there? Alright, let's work out. Do we have room to put an intro in here? Let's just have a look how much room we've got. Okay, so let's get rid of that loop as well. I'm breaking the loop, sorry. And let's put our enemies back in while we're at it as well. Data, here we go. Okay, cool. Right, so we've got our flow, the game working, a pyramid of Clyde. Yeah, that didn't work at all. That's fine. Put the best 256-byte PC intro and shines off topic. We'll take a look at that in a second. In fact, let's take a look now. Let's have a quick break and have a look at that. I'm just going to pause the SID music. Kind of have a look in the off topic. Yeah, let's have a look. Let's make this the size of the viewable window. Let's put some sound on it. $256, that's insane. I mean, what are the rules for this? Do they include shader size in this? Because if they don't include shader size, then this makes sense to me. Let's restart it again. Let's turn the sounds up a little bit on the stream. Oh, and of course now we get the buffering. Impressive though, it's very impressive. I mean, for 256 bytes, you cannot argue with that. Let me get the audio back down again. Let's continue. Oh, is it too loud? Sorry about that. Alright, let's stick an intro in. So we're gonna call title init. Let's call it initialize actually, because that matches everything else. Oops. Let's have a look. So we've got quite a lot of room. Map data area. I don't want to mess with the map data area. Basically we can do it here, can't we? Which I believe is just at the end of here, yeah. So have we set up? We have set up the sprites, we have set up the IRQ. Let's just check what the IRQ is actually doing here. Okay, let's move the IRQ setup down a little bit. music. Okay, so hopefully this still works perfectly. It's all good. Yeah, alright. Just make sure that all the bits are working still. Yeah, okay, it's cool. One thing I would like to do, I just noticed when you fill the bar up, it's an instant fill. I'd like to make that gradual. See, it just jumps a whole chunk. I'd like it to kind of move up slowly, but we can do that at a later date. It's fine. I'll call this intro loop, and basically what I'm going to do with the intro loop is carry is clear, and I'm just going to go back to intro loop. So it means in here, as long as I clear the carry flag here, it won't do anything. It will just sit at a blank screen, or whatever screen we end up with. Yeah, blank screen. If I set the carry bit, then it should jump into the game. Then that way I can just use whatever the carry flag is set to as our intro. Right, I'm going to create some really basic intro screen, like literally nothing of interest, just to show that we've got something. I'll create a hopefully actually stored screen run as a value somewhere. We'll see when we run it, I guess. So let's put this on row 12. It's 10 characters, so plus 15. X. X, compare X. Let's go backwards. Title screen, I'm not even thinking about what it should look like at the moment. Of course that's 10 across 10. Okay, because screen ramp does work. 15, is that right? 15 plus 10 is 25 plus 10 again, yeah, okay. Thank you for the follow. I'm going to call you Twist because I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. Welcome to the stream, dude. Okay, we do need to add a value here as well because it's in our char set. I think it's not F0, it's going to look well. Character set is at, starts at 230, really? Why does it start at 230? Okay. Okay, that's fine. So that's 230 in hex. Except that's not correct. So it's not 230, it's 229. What? because we need to clear the carry bit. This is such a dodgy way of doing this, but whatever. It's literally just to show something on the screen, so you know. Okay, cool. Let's get our borders back to normal. Tell that's in the middle. Which it is. Let's set some decent colours in here. Actually, let's make it flash. Why not? Do something a bit interesting. I want to do something that works tonight, so why not? Let's do the load up here, colour index. Hopefully that should give us something. I don't know what it's going to give us, but we need to actually put some colours in here as well. Okay, colour ramp. Just came over from the revision stream. Ah, hi Twist, welcome. So what's been your favourite part of the revision stream? I've not watched any of it yet, so I'm hoping I can take a proper look at it at some point. I'm kind of glad that the revision stream has been on, because that means less people have seen me fail massively with the FLD stuff, which really should be the easiest thing in the world, but unfortunately it's not been. Neo School Compo is good. What was the NES stuff like? Because I'm quite interested in the NES, so I'd like to have a go at NES one day. Just not right now, but I definitely would like to do it at some point. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's get rid of that. Actually, no, let's put that back in. That's 9. And then let's go backwards. So 9, 3, 4, 2. Okay, so that's a full 16, so that's pretty good. Let's do a little trick here. So thank you for the follows, Svenpire. Welcome to the stream, dude. Swap my headphones, this one's beeping at me. I'm coding sometimes on Atari 800. Yeah, Atari's another one I'd like to do as well. The thing is, I've just got this. I just got the little Game Boy Advance. Hang on, I can't actually see if I'm showing that correctly on camera. So I just got my little Game Boy Advance. I'm quite pleased with it. It's a nice little system. So I'm just waiting on a flash cart for it. Once I get that, I'm going to give Z80 a go. I've never done Z80, so should be interesting. I want to convert some of my games. So I'm going to do 2 games, I think, on a Tuesday night stream. So I'm going to do .cosmos and I'm going to do Luma. I'll start with .cosmos because I think that's probably going to be the simplest one to do. I know it sounds weird, but I think .cosmos will be the simplest one of the two. I think Luma has some potential problems, but yeah, I'm gonna do it, and it's not going to be Game Boy Advance. It's going to be Game Boy Color. So Game Boy Advance is too much for me. I think it's. I mean, I think I could do it, but I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with Game Boy Colors. So because the Game Boy Color is actually very, very close technically in the way that interrupts and stuff work to the Commodore, so I think it should be quite easy to convert stuff. Luma has problems. Luma has a lot of lookup tables and it has a lot of self-modding code, and I worry that doing Luma first might be a difficult thing to do, because I'm doing stuff in Luma that has taken a little while for me to learn how to do, and to do that as the first Z80 game might be a bit tricky. So 6502 superiority confirmed, yes. It's funny because they have their own benefits. So 6502 is very good at doing hardware graphical things. I mean, the tricks you can do with raster interrupts are just, you can't match them on the Spectrum at all, or on any Z80 machine really. The Amstrad kind of comes close, but it misses out on a few things that means that it can't do hardware scrolling quite as well as the Commodore. And it's the same with the Game Boy as well. I mean, the Game Boy has more sprites and it does have some hardware capabilities that are very similar to the Commodore, but the 6502 system makes it really easy to mess with, whereas the Z80 and the Spectrum in particular is really good at kind of doing bitmappy kind of stuff. So because it doesn't have sprites and doesn't have hardware scrolling, everything's done by manipulating a bitmap basically. So but it also means that it makes it really good at games that rely on what's called a painter's algorithm. So drawing stuff in the background first, stuff in the foreground last, which is why games like Head Over Heels and stuff worked really well on the Spectrum. That kind of 3D isometric approach is quite difficult to do well on the PC, on the C64, but quite easy to do it on the Spectrum, because you've got a lot more speed. You've got I forget how many megahertz the Spectrum is, but it's a lot faster. So when you're just doing raw data manipulation, the Spectrum's actually pretty good at it. But it doesn't have the hardware acceleration for various things that the Commodore has. So. Okay. Color ramp, yes. We've got a ramp in here as well. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to grab. Oh, first of all, I'm going to go in here and I'm going to do this as part of our loop. And then in here, I'm going to grab do 3, going to not equal, go to here. If it is equal to 0, then we're gonna let's do it with the accumulator. It should be fine. Accumulator index, really not cycle important. Should give us a bit of a 3.5 megahertz. Yeah. The only downside to the speed is that the instructions take way longer. That's Vic.colorado, isn't it? So you do have some nice stuff in there. I mean, I've had a quick look through the the instructions there, but unfortunately. Most of the instructions take like 4 cycles or more. I think 4 cycles is the minimum actually. Okay, so actually, I'm going to do this a different way rather than do all of this. I'm just going to do later. Why is this not advancing? What's going on here? So this is our little loop. We go through this loop, we do an update. If we're not equal, we come to here. ZB counter does get incremented every frame. We load the ZB counter. And every 3. Okay, color index. Thread to Y. We don't do anything else with Y in here. We just use it for this. Okay, let's get rid of that. Just make sure it's actually doing something. Could be to do with the ZB counter. Okay. You're doing that loop once. Oh, it's holding the initialize, that's why. God damn it. Okay, fine. I will just move all of this. To here instead. So you don't need any of that. Don't need any of that. Just color ramps. And then on this side, don't need any of that. Any of that. Don't need to do the color ramp. I think 4 is minimum. Yeah, I seem to remember 4 being the absolute minimum. What? It's just what is going on? Increase X. This first come to here. Color ramp, color Y. Just put color index in there. Something weird is going on here. Is this even hitting every time? It should be hitting every time. But it's I don't. I should not have bothered doing anything tonight. It's just the simplest things are not working. Right, let's put a breakpoint here and actually see if we're actually getting into this routine, because I'm starting to think we're not even running things properly. Okay, color index. Okay, it's happening every frame. Okay, I'm going to put a little thing in here because I just realised at the moment this is happening. It's happening constantly, so this will hopefully just happen once per frame now. Give me some flashing text. We've got. Oh God, I can't even get flashing text right. What is going on? Comes in here, does this. Right, do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna. Drawing this text, but it's not doing this. Yeah, it's not hitting that update. This is the problem. It's not doing this. It's not hitting this. every time there. There you go, colour ramp. Load of colour ramp, come Y. Where's that? I've not even got that in there anymore. Save X for next time. So we draw once, right? This is the title screen. I can't believe that these are the most basic things. Increases over you can't jump to this title screen. This is this update here. And this should be waiting for a particular line on the screen. And then this function here should literally just increase the colour ramp in one position on the screen. Yet it's never hitting that breakpoint. This is never actioning. Let's go back to 5. Alright, let's just get rid of that completely. Make sure we can have one character flashing. So it's only doing one. It's like it's only ever hitting this once. And then never hitting it again. No, see, it seems to think it's hitting it every frame, but it's fucking not. The IR keys are not set up at this point, so there is nothing happening with the IR keys that we can break in this because they're not set up till here. So this should be happening every time. I'm just going to change this now to screen ramp. So it should just be incrementing one piece in the corner of the screen. And it's not, it's doing it once. The CLC is to tell this to keep looping. If you set the carry bit, then it will escape. So if I put set carry bit here, then the game will start. Set carry bit is how we start the game. I'm going to put a break in here because I have a funny feeling it's coming into this more than once. So once. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? What is going on? Does one border increase and then it fails to continue. So it should hit this loop here over and over again. In fact, let's make it explicit. Let's just jump to that. Okay, now we're actually hitting that. What's going on? I just don't get that at all. You see, it does like a loads of flashes and then it stops. Is it getting stuck in an IRQ maybe? Maybe we're doing something up here. it's getting it stuck in an IRQ. So this is the entry point. Blank out basic and kernel. Our code is let's stick a marker in where our code is, just so I know that it's not running in a weird place. So it's just really not my night tonight at all. Nothing I want to do is working correctly. Okay, it's time for the debugger. Let's have a look what's going on in the debugger. Oh, look at that. It is hanging around in 0 page for some reason. Okay, that's interesting. And that's going to show nothing in it yet. Okay. So let's go and have a look at D01A. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. So we're blank out basic and kernel 1, which means actually we do need to do this setup. So we do need an IRQ setup here. This is the problem. Probably just enough to do this. There we go. Right, fucking hell. So what was happening there is our setup IRQ function that we were calling at the beginning of every launch of the game, that we moved into the game entry, was disabling the CIA interrupts. So because we weren't disabling them but we turned off the kernel, we were causing an issue. So actually I think this should probably be moved into here just before we bang this out. Because what's basically happening is as soon as the cursor tries to flash, we get a problem. So we see a brief flash of it working, and then the CIA breaks everything. And we jump to a weird spot, so this should all work properly now, which is really frustrating because now I've done tons and tons of changes to the code. So I can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, hopefully now. God's sake, this is so simple. Okay, cool. Now slow that down a little bit. Let's do 07, which may call there. Speed up there, it's a bit too slow. My god, this should be the simplest thing, and it's taken me almost the entire stream. All right, cool. We got a press fire. Wow, okay now. Right. So now what we need to do is we need to do some check joysticks here. We're not going to do any debouncing. This is really the most simple of all the checks that we could do. So we're going to look for if that's player 1 fire. At this point we do set the carry bit, return. So hopefully now we can start the game when we press fire. Let's do this nice and separate. There we go. Oh my god, it's ridiculous. Because see, I'm skipping the simplest things. First of all, that should be DC01, and with 10, which is the fire button. DC01, which is the fire button, should be fine. Why is that not working? Yeah, test this. So yeah, I saw it. Problem is, it's still not working. The link to the color ramp tables. Yeah, no problem. Oh, how can I get to my chat? There we go. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine because basically what we want is if this is 0. So if we get to this point here, then the fire has been pressed. Do you know what? I'm just going to run it in the debugger and I'm going to have a look at those values. I have a funny feeling I've screwed those values up somehow. So let's go and have a look. So if I'm on here and I press fire, you see, it is changing. It's changing for both, but it is changing. Oh, it's changing for both because it's set to both joysticks. So if I end this with 10, I will get 10. If I end that with 10, I will get 0. Okay, stick a breakpoint. Oh, Jesus Christ. Do you know what it is? Guess what it is? Fuck's sake. Ta-da! There we go. Right. So, in here we had player active value. It's not being used yet, but player's active. There we go. Players active. So 1 would be player 1. That would be player 2. So. So we're on the intro screen, we want player 1 to go to restore that player active, player active. Thank you for the follow, Sioki. Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to a very, 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 very broken stream. The stream itself is fine, but I'm very broken, I think, tonight. It's just not working well for me at all. I got a window open. Ooh, what's that? Ooh, I need to close that. Don't want that open. Keep that. There we go. Yeah, I'm really not on the ball at all. Secret project, Andy, sorry. I'm not that interesting. It's this thing here, hopefully. Oh shit, it does open in that window. Okay, close. Hey, hello from the Vue.js community. Cool. clipped a teaser. I don't think you'll get a lot from that, to be honest. It's all in React and JavaScript anyway. Alright. Okay, where are we at? If you knew how you would. Yeah, you won't get a lot from that anyway. It's not there's nothing identifying in it anyway. It's called, yeah, CSI could zoom in on it, couldn't they, and work out. Oh, the first letter on this line is flickering in this way, which means all the bytes in his memory are set to these values. So let's rebuild that. Oh, and look, it looks like we've got a Vice. Look at the way the full stop is shimmering there. That means that Vice is running. If we look at the color variants, we can work out exactly what is loaded into Vice. Yeah, always made me laugh. There was an episode of Red Dwarf, I can't remember which one it was, but they took the piss out of that a little bit, where they kept zooming in on raindrops on windows and stuff until eventually they had like a perfect high-res HD image of something. Has everybody watched the new Red Dwarf? What do people think of that? I thought it was pretty good myself. I was quite impressed with it. Alright, okay, so we've got the player loaded in. So what we need to do now is we need to make sure that only the active player is actually visible based on this value here, and this is what I'm going to do. So before I start out, I'm going to commit where I'm at because it's in such a mess. I just want to commit where I'm at right now, so... commit, stage all. Not a lot, just the arrow to make a press fire prompt. Oh, piss off updates. I can't press the update button because the fucking source tree update's in the way. Yeah, I think the new one's quite good. I didn't mind Red Dwarf 8, where they reconstructed the ship again. That was kind of alright. A lot of people slag it off, but I thought it wasn't that bad. I think Red Dwarf 7 was awful. Red Dwarf 8 wasn't bad. And then they did this weird back to Earth thing, which was really, really bad. Possibly the worst thing they've done. And then they kind of revived it a bit, maybe 5 or 6 years later, and it's been not too bad since then. It's kind of, I mean, they're showing their age a bit, but they've still got it. They've still got the funnies. Okay, so now it's saved, we can mess around with it like crazy, right? And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have a look to see. Hang on, let me go back. I don't want that view on. We're gonna start messing around with it. All right, so if we start the game, we're going to start with both players active. So the first thing to do is make sure that the only players that spawn are the players that are active. So let's find the player spawn routine. Okay, so we've got spawn player here, and this is what's being called here. Initialize spawn player 0 and 1. Okay, so, and this is in the init routine, so I'm hoping this is actually going to prevent players active and 0 and 1. If that's 0, then we're going to go to here. And then we're just going to do the same thing again with 0, 2. Now, the thing is, this might break many other things, so we just need to make sure that the player updates aren't happening at this point as well. So we do have both players, they're both actually spawning, so let me put a breakpoint in here and make sure that this player is not spawning. So we shouldn't hit this breakpoint, which we do hit that breakpoint, okay. Now, is that because we're setting players active somewhere? Just go and find that in the files. Okay, so... Oh. Well, that's wrong for a start. See, this is what I mean. This is how bad I am. Jesus. Oh, you have a... Okay, cool. Old School Coder, if you send me your... Is your name Old School Coder? Let me check you out on Fluebits. Yeah, it's a manual activation, unfortunately. How do I add? God, it's been so long since I did this. Everyone can. Okay. Old School Coder. There you go. Okay, you should have access now. I can't remember what the link is to it, but hopefully you do have access to it. You just need to connect through Sublime. So if you've got Sublime, you can just about see the name there actually. How do I get that again? Let me try and get that. There you go. Yeah, so for those who don't know, this is a service I provide to patrons or Twitch subs. Basically, if you sign up to my Patreon, which I'll put a link in here. Oh my god, I can't even type properly. If you sign up to my Patreon or you sub through Twitch, and you want to follow the code as we go, then you should be able to install Fluebits, send me your username, I can add you to it, and you should be able to connect to my ID and you can see anything. Hang on, I've got a message, I think I need to be a bit quieter. Okay, I'm being a bit loud, that's all. It's hard, I need to figure out a way of soundproofing this room, I think. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, we'll work through the player enabled stuff. So I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes, guys. Be right back. And I'm back. Yeah, if the first stream had been like this, it would have been the last, that's for sure. Okay, I need to be a bit quieter. Okay, where are we at? Yeah, it's it's read only, but you can browse through any file. You don't need to just look at what I'm looking at. It just gives you a way of kind of looking through. So if we are debugging, we can easily kind of find the lines. I do need to find a way to soundproof this room. I'm thinking maybe something there to kind of, you can't see it, but basically over here basically some kind of soundproofing. Yeah, you need to do a git pull to get the assets, because if you're on certain systems, then the assets will end up corrupted, but you can build it as we go along. Okay, let's have a go at this. So, what do we need to do? First thing we need to do is we need to stop any player control from happening. So, let's have a look at what we've got in here. So we've got player cell draw player. Okay, we'll come to the draw player later. I'm not too fussed about this right now. Size animation, player control. Here we go. Okay, perfect. So we do the same thing here. So we're just making sure that this player can't be controlled if it's not marked as active. So I'll give that a test. Yeah, I think they use Linux systems to do this. So they're the problem is they treat everything like a text file. So if there is a end of line character in there, it converts them all to Linux line ends. Oh, why have I got a breakpoint here? I can't control play 2, that's good. Oh, I can control play 2 now because spawn has happened. I need to find the breakpoint and remove that breakpoint. Probably got loads of these throughout the code. Oh, that's player 2. Okay, let's just check that because it looks like player 2 is being activated and it shouldn't be doing. It is, okay. Play 2 is not active there, but for some reason that leaves the code at the beginning is spawning the player still. Title screen. Okay, let's put a breakpoint in here and let's see what our player active value is at that point. Okay, so it's saying my player active is 2. Do I have the wrong value set up maybe? What's happening? So it's going through both spawns here. Yeah, it's doing both spawns. Even though player's active. player active. So look, is it any here? Okay, no players active in there, that's good. Let's move into the title screen. So we just set player 1 or player 2 active, which is fine. So when we come out of here, let's just stick a breakpoint here, just want to see what values we get out here. So we get 2 if we press that one. We get 1 if we press that one. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is I want to check my key sets in here to make sure they're fine. Key set A, configure key set A. Okay, so I just want to switch those over because that's the wrong key sets as far as I'm concerned. And then we come into the game, so the game initializes, and we come into this point here. Okay, players active. Okay, stuck. 0, 1, okay. Players active is wrong somewhere. So I'm going to put a breakpoint in here. I'm going to put a breakpoint in here. Okay, that's correct. Oh, there we go. And this player can't move now at all. But I think if that player gets hit, then his player active is reset, and now he can move. Okay, so that's fine. That's because when the player spawns, player active is being activated. So the next thing to do is go through, and there's the other routines in here. So spawn player, that will need to stay the same. Kill player, that doesn't matter, so we need the collision stuff. So let's find the collision stuff. That's probably going to be in enemies. Check player collisions, here we go. Okay, so we have a value in X. So we transfer that to the accumulator. Accumulator with tables should have here. Is that tables? Is it lib or something? Can't really put the tables there. Just again, oh, 2. Oh, it is libs. Oh, it's there. Okay. Libs power of 2. Brilliant. Active, and if the player is active, we can do this. otherwise it's next. Okay, so now even though that player is being drawn, it shouldn't be affected by anything. Oh, I need to get rid of those breakpoints there. So none of the collision should affect him at all. Initialize, yeah, that one. Okay, cool. So the other problem we've got is if I go to eat with this guy, he can pick the crown up, and that shouldn't be the case. But he shouldn't die, which he's not doing. Okay, so crown. Where's the crown there? Crown, here we go. Drop crown. Not that one. Fall. No, pick up. Here we go. Okay, so same thing again. Okay, so now if I drop the crown, he doesn't pick it up. That's good. So the crown's not doing anything. So we're pretty much at the point now where player who hasn't pressed fire can't do anything. There's no action on here. So we also need to make sure that the switch can be pressed. So let's get all the... let's turn the enemies off. So if we go to map data, just turn the enemies off for a second. Okay, so the switch is flashing, but I can't press it because I need this player. At all where that is, or maybe switch. Okay, is the level complete? Yes. So we switch colors. Both players on switch. Here we go. Okay, so we need to check. Okay, I think what we need to do here is if the player is not active, then we just jump straight to the next player check. I think that's right. We have to check this in both sides of the thing. See now the switch has gone down automatically there. That's not good. So we need to read through what's actually happening there. Okay, so this is where the switch is activated, fully active, which is this thing here. Okay, so it's not in here at all. So this is if both players are active. Okay, so this collision setup that we need to grab, I think the easiest way to do this is if we find where that's set. Which we set in player, okay. Get collisions, here we go. This is player 2, okay. So, there is a skip here. Let's call this player 1 complete. And then at the very beginning of this, we'll do a check. We'll do check at 0, 1. If it's active, then we go to here. Otherwise, we're going to actually store. We're going to say that we're on a switch. It's going to have no effect on the player itself, but what it will do is mean if the other player lands on the switch, then it's going to assume that both are on the switch. So we do the same on player 2 as well. Good night, old school coder. Thanks for joining the stream, dude. I'm sure I've missed you already, but good night. Okay, should see now we're not hitting that switch. And that's probably because this collision routine is not quite correct. Because this should be player 2, that's why. Still not working though. That should be player 2, let's okay, it's in a completely fallen loop, but we can, that's good because it shows that we've got something to update. There we go. It goes through the door, so two things we need to do. We need to stop this player from actually doing any falling or anything based on that. And we need to make sure that the door can be activated by one player if there's only one player on the screen. So let's look again at our routines. I think we must have something called fall in here. Or jump and fall, here we go. Exit falling check, okay, there we go, so exit falling check seems to be our exit point for that, so let's make sure, yeah, okay. So we can do it here. So we're just going to repeat this. Oh, Ghosts and Goblins, awesome. Brilliant, brilliant. Pulse modulation and stuff here, sounds really cool. Okay. So if the player is active, then we can sit here and we do this. Otherwise, we can continue exit form check. So hopefully that should work. We'll try this out on both players as well. Yeah, it's a really, really good tune, this. Good night, Princeface. Thanks for joining the stream. Apologies, it was a slow and kind of slightly pathetic stream, but we got there in the end. Well, we got somewhere in the end. Okay, something weird's happening here. So the form check is not working properly. Do we need the X register here? Maybe the X register should not be edited. It seems like it's probably alright, we're using it here as well. Stick a breakpoint here so we know what these values are as they come out. Thankfully we wrote this in a way that makes it quite easy to do this. So accumulated 2, accumulated 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, okay. So yeah, Goose is right. So if the player is active, then the value we should get from here will be 1 or 2. Oh, actually, that's... don't do that then. This is going to be 1 or 2, for player 1 or 2. Players active will be 1, 2 or 3. Might be enough actually. Yeah, we've got some weird shit going on there. I'll apply forward jump. Skip entire iteration, that's what we want. And see now that guy's not falling, which is good. So now we need to make sure that we can walk through the door with just one. Door. And that's in here, isn't it? We probably need to change this. Not the best place for it. So we'll do the same check again. Think about this. There we go. So I do need to check this with both players, but I think this should be right now. So I should be able to walk through that door. Okay, obviously it glitches, but we know that. I did see a colour flash actually as he went through, so... Oh, he's still flashing, that's why I was waiting for him to stop flashing. Okay, that's fine. do the same with player 2. Player 1 can't jump. Get the crown. Oops. I can't even get at this point. Okay, just want to check the crown stuff as well for player 2. That's good. Yeah, that player can't pick it up, that's good. Awesome. So the other thing we need to do is the HUD as well. Update e-meter. So actually we don't have a frame update here. So I'm actually going to put a new thing in here. Update. Now, this is probably the most complicated bit of it actually. So, the way I'm going to do this is and then initialize is going to so if the player's active is different, we're going to go to it, otherwise we're going to exit. If the player's active is different, then we need to do some stuff here. So, let's just flash press fire, I guess. Let's just write press fire in that corner. Can player scoring? Can player 2 get any score for anything? No, because they have to shoot, they have to stun, they have to eat, they have to pick the crown up. Okay. Sorry, just need to check something. Okay, so let's do it in two separate pieces. Okay, so let's start with player 1. Let's oh, damn it. Okay, so if player 1 is active, let's put an RTS here, right, okay. So if player 1 is active, then we just need to make sure we show the score. So we can do that quite easily. By we can add score. we add is 0, so we don't add anything. So no zeros. And player. This has got the sound effects. I'm gonna skip this. There we go. So we're picking up speed now. We started the stream off badly, but yeah, we're picking up speed now. It's kind of good. It's where I wanted to be. Well, where I wanted to be was with the bonus screen, but you know, this has been needed to be done for a while, so it's fine. We'll get this in. Let's get some more wine in. One more glass of wine, and then I'll go and grab the box that I've been putting off drinking. Okay, so if player 1 is active, we just need to draw the score. Otherwise, we need to replace the score with something else. So let's just call it press fire. God. Do we have we must have something we can use as space. Yeah, we do there. Okay. Ugh. I mean, ugly as hell, but we'll deal with it. So if we load it with 0. These inverted, they're not, are they? Okay, 219. Which is BB. Okay, so this is just player 1, so let's just see if that works if I start player 2. Previous active. Oh god, I recognise that noise from Dom's streams. Yeah. Dom would be having flashbacks to Bruce here right now. Okay, I'm not seeing anything down here. I expect to see something here. Oh, because we're not calling the update, that's why. Okay, so update. Everything otherwise jump to here. So at this point we will so it doesn't update every frame. We need to do HUD update in the game. HUD draw live. HUD update. There we go. Yeah, definitely used to hearing that, right? Okay, so we're getting something that's because. Wait, what? It's running in player 2 for some reason. Okay. So let's make sure that's correct. Which it's not. That plus 0, there we go. Ah, okay, so the problem we've got here is okay. So our text is 8, but we want to write a 10 character phrase. So can you think of an 8 character phrase, which means press fire? That's what we're looking for here. 10 too long. Yeah, we need 8. Actually, we could use this. Yeah, we'll use the top row as well. It's fine. Thank you for the sub and the Magic Knight. 7 months, awesome. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. All goes towards more of this, right? It's not going to work, is it? Because it's for both players. Either. Oh, damn it. So throw me. Yeah, definitely. Oh god, it's been a really rough night tonight. I've had a terrible week actually. I mean the scrolling stuff. I mean the end result was pretty good, but the lead up. I mean honestly, looking back on it, it should have been done in half the time. Kind of depressing, really. And I can't explain why I'm feeling like this. I think it is literally just going stir crazy, I think. And there's something about 20 plus 24 plus 23 2. There we go. There's something about doing this in your own time and doing it on stream, and I just think the lack of social interactions, I actually don't know what I'm doing anymore. Okay, so it definitely had something, but now it's doing 8. It needs to do 8, not 10. Which is this one here. We also need to Was it even? I can't even remember what value it was there. $230, so E6. Which means this would be 0.6. The way of the exploding fist, awesome. See, I feel like that value's wrong all the time. I don't know why. There you go, these values are wrong. Have I added an extra character in there or something? That's fine, I can add a 0 in, I guess. I don't like that. I don't like the unevenness of it. I don't like the unevenness of it at all. I'm going to can't do anything, that's good, but we've got 2 rows of 8. What would you put there? I don't like the fact that press and fire have different amounts. They need to let's have a look at some other arcade games. Let's get an idea. So let's start with Bubble Bobble. Let's have a look what it has. I actually don't think Bubble Bobble has anything. Push fire? Yeah, maybe. It's not a bad idea. Destroy button. Oh. But we don't have an exclamation mark in our font. And we can't expand anymore this way because we're using it, so as much as I like that, it's not going to work. I like the push fire there, that works. Let's have a look what other games do. Let's see what they've got, see what we can find. Some common ground. Why am I getting... It is if I have Twitch open. If I have Twitch open in another window. Insert coin. Ah, actually that's much better as well, because that is arcadey, right? That's arcadey, I like that. I do like that actually, I like that a lot. The other thing I want to do actually while we're at it is I want to change the font. I want to make this font into the arcade font, so I'm going to waste a little bit of time doing this because why not, right? Let's get this kind of... There we go, let's make it a bit bigger. Because I really like the arcade font, so I think it's needed to make this correct. these are the actual thingy fonts. I don't want those. I want the actual arcade font. Yeah, but I like the insert coin because I want it to feel like an arcade game. So. And let's be honest, nobody's really looking at what it says. They know that if they press player 2 it's going to work, and an insert coin just adds that this is an arcade game, and I like that. C64 arcade font. There's definitely an arcade font. See, there's one here, but it's in a freaking video, which is no use to me. That's not an arcade font. Oh yeah, maybe it is actually. But is it available anywhere? No, see, it's not. That's stupid. Ah, thank you, Steps. I think this is a font. Yeah, it's perfect. What? Oh, okay, that's correct. Where's the numbers though? There's no numbers in here. Oh, they're there, okay. Global. Yeah, that's correct. Cool. So if we take that, that. So, thank you very much, Steps. That's absolutely perfect. God, I was ready to do this all by hand. I'm glad we went down that route. That would have taken a long time. Thanks, Steps. Awesome. Some idiot will try to put a coin in, yeah. I hope they do. They don't deserve to use a Commodore 64 if they try to put a coin in it. See straight away that looks better. Yeah, see, I like that. That's cool. Right, let's get the see, it just looks like an arcade game there. Okay, so I think we need to play around with the HUD a little bit. First of all, I'd like to make player 1 and 2 red. Again, the reason being is if you look at arcade games, they have different colours for the names. Actually, they have 1 up and 2 up. I'm not convinced we need to do 1 up. Oh, this is interesting though. Insert coin to continue, flashing between the two. I don't think we need that, but I think we could just make insert coin flash, and that would be fine. But definitely that font looks a whole lot better. I mean, that looks like an arcade font there. It's good. Okay, I want to colour player 1 and player 2. So let's have a look at that, see how that's actually working in here. So actually this is kind of what we're doing with this function here. No, not this function, sorry. This function. So at the moment we're just adding the score, but what we probably should do is create new pieces in here as well. Actually, player row 2 can stay the same, but player 1, player 2 can change. Hey, cheers. So player 1 done is here. Okay, this is fine. We need to add the score. See, I just want to check actually if I make player 1 active, does it actually add the score properly? So you might need to might not need to add that second row. It does. Okay. So you don't need to add this bit in. I don't think anyway. Let us play around a little bit with the assets. Oh god damn it, okay. Let me do this manually just to check something out. It's the wrong game completely. I'll take a break in a minute actually. This is 2 rows. These are our values here. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, no, dude. Oh, God's sake. I just want to make sure that it draws that that font correctly in that top corner, in the player 1. See, it doesn't. It only draws this section here. So add score is not correct here. The player 1 was not there previously. We need to draw the minimum. Okay. You thought Steam would run on Linux easy. Does it not? I thought they'd pretty much sorted that out now. I thought it was fairly decent. Maybe I'm imagining things, but I seem to remember last time I looked at it, it wasn't that bad. So let's copy the same thing, why not? Let's make it score is always going to be white, but let's implicitly set that because we're probably going to need that. And then if this is... let's just copy the bubble bubble. I like the bubble bubble approach, so green and blue. I'm assuming this stays the same colour, so let's go with 5 on this one. Problem is the numbers are wrong here. Okay, so I think what we need to do is adjust these things to match. That was it. Oh, sorry. This is a bit frustrating. Actually, player row 2 doesn't need to be that. Player row 2 can just be 220, so that's DC, yeah. Player one is active, yeah. Don't need this second bit at all. Which means player 1 is wrong. Okay, so this byte here actually needs to be DD, and we're adding E5. Jesus Christ. Okay, so 3, 8, so it needs to be like F8 or something like that. It's kind of weird, but there we go. I notice how the HUD update isn't happening straight away. If you notice, when we come in, put the speed on 10%. It's not happening straight away, so it's drawing the screen, but it's not doing it straight away. So I'm in start, I'll get rid of that glitch. So it's probably in this bit here. So we're generating these sprites. So actually, we can just do that in the initialize tab. So let's try that with player 2. Hopefully it should say insert coin in green, which it does. Okay, now let's do player 2. Okay, so this is blah blah blah. Player 2 is here, so take that off. I'm going to get this going in red, then I'm going to take a quick break. And then when I come back, we'll make it flash when it's in inactive mode. Player's active, player 1 inactive, player 1 done. Okay, right, so copy this entire chunk up to this point. Change that to player 2. And work our way through this. So, that, player 2 active, player 2. To be not red, we want it to be blue. Do we want it to be light blue? Or let's start with light blue. We can change it if it doesn't look right. Actually, no, cyan is the colour that it is. Fill it with zeros, white, correct, right. 2 inactive. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Roboto. Welcome to the stream. Correct, Miss Pharaoh 2, this needs to be cyan, player 2 done. Okay, cool, so hopefully now, whichever way we go, it should, player 1 done for me. 163, in quad, okay, 163, that should be player 2, there we go. So press player 1. No, it's not right. That's because we need to get these values. 32. Okay. What's that little square about? Okay, that's wrong. So the insert coin on that side needs changing. So player 2 inactive, yes. Which is this one here. I'm not sure actually. Let's have a look at Bubble Bobble on the C64. Actually, no, Rainbow Islands is the better bet, I think. Seriously? Why is it buffering now? That's open? Oh no, it is green and cyan. Okay, that's correct. I use 1 up and 2 up, but I prefer the player 1 and 2, I think. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break, guys. When I come back, we'll make that insert coin stuff flash, and then we'll try and get it so you can join in with player 1 and 2. And then I think we'll call it a night after that. Alright, back in 2 minutes, guys. Be right back. Right, I'm back. Okay, let's see where we are. So, okay, player 1 is showing correctly. Player 2 is showing correctly. Oh, R-Type, this is a good tune. It's a really good tune. Chris Hillsbeck, yeah, thought so. Okay, what's actually happening with me? So we start player 2, what's happening with player 1? Okay, I feel like we're getting player 2 drawn in the wrong place. 32 active. Yeah, we are. There we go. Player 1 was correct. Players 2 is correct. Right, we need this to flash now as well. What are we doing it? Here. No, here. There we go. So, just nothing. It's not, so that's fine. Okay. So actually, we probably don't want to do this check here. Get rid of that. And instead put actually, we probably don't even need that either. If we just do inactive here, right? Okay. Okay, we'll do it here. There. So we've got green, we've got cyan. Because this is going to do it every time, isn't it? So actually we do need this. We only need to do this if there we go. Right. Okay, right, so player one first, so if player one Hey Warlock, how's things? I've not even got my PC engine set up, so player one. Okay, so oops. This should be flashing and it's not. Let's check that we're getting into that routine. Okay, we are getting into that routine. Let's think about this. Colors, play active colors +1. Okay, that should be cycling, and it's not. So if it's not equal to 3, we jump to here, which is not. Okay, and at this point we load the counter and we pick either on or off to set our active colours, then we check each player. It should be equal to cool. Oops. Okay, cool, so we've got proper effects now. We need to stop the player from drawing. Let's have a look what's happening in the draw player here. Okay, there's an awful lot going on here. Skip frame set. Skip frame set seems to be the end. Oops. Here, otherwise jump to skip frame set. cool. So you don't have player 2 drawn at all. Player 1 can activate on its own and go through. Okay, cool. Let's try with player 2. Okay, cool. Right, let's see if we can activate a new player now. So let's commit now. We've got a good commit point, I think. It's not exactly the best commit message in the world, but it'll do. I think when I get to... Actually, I don't even know how I can get the PC Engine in easily, because I don't have my... So does this work for this? It's too powerful. Hopefully I've not just blown that. See that one? Let's just try this, because I might have a go over some PC Engine stuff, why not? All depends if this works though. It doesn't seem to be working. Hopefully I've not just blown that. I think I might have just blown my OSSC by plugging a 9-volt power supply into it. Oh well. That's tomorrow's problem. Yeah, it did flash on briefly. Yeah, it's alright. I can repair it anyway. It'll just be one of the power supply things in here. Should be easy enough to fix. I'll take a look at it tomorrow. I'm not too worried about it now. That's what you get for trying to do stuff while you're drunk. Yeah, there is a way actually to set it up differently, but you have to go in and edit some of the plugin files. Yeah, I think it is just a fuse. There'll be a little thing in here, either a fuse or it'll be one of the MOSFETs that's blown. They'll be easy to replace. I mean, it's all open source hardware, so it's pretty easy to fix. It could be that I'm just using the wrong power supply as well. It could be that this is not the right power supply for it. What's in the center? Yeah, I need to have a look and dig out a real power supply for it. Okay, so in player control, so we do have control. So we do have this function here, and what we need to actually do here is probably the inverse of what it's telling us to do right now, which is just do another check here. Let's put some labels in that match. I definitely recommend the OSSC as well, guys. If you haven't seen it already, it's pretty cool. Okay, so this means here we can do some checks. So otherwise we should be able to call spawn player. No, I think that is... we just set X, okay, cool. Hey Cracker Jacks, welcome to the stream, dude. Yeah, this is 6502, 6510, 6502, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I do like it. Okay, so hopefully now we should be able to start the game with one player and then introduce player 2, which is kind of cool. There, we've got it working now. And now it does need both players, that's good. Does it need both players to walk through? Ah, sweet. When I hit F7 in Sublime, it brings up a drop-down box. So you mean this list here? That's Control R for me. So I don't know what you've got set up, but you must have some weird settings set up. Okay, I'm quite pleased with that. It means we've got player 1 and 2 working correctly. I would really like to sort the bonus screen out, but I've had enough wine that I don't think I'm going to deal with that now. It was causing me some issues before, so I'm not going to. F7 to build and compile. So when you hit F7, you get. See, when I hit F7, I get that, and it compiles. Yeah, so this is working perfectly, so I can start as player 2, that's fine, and player 2 can activate the switch. Now, here we go, if I press start now, that's perfect. Perfect. Okay, so this is glitchy as hell, we need to fix this. I'm not going to bother with that now though. Let's put the enemies back in and just make sure everything's working with the enemies as well. Okay, so I'm going to start with this guy, and then I can start shooting at enemies. I need to start thinking about the designs for these enemies as well. And then I can bring this player in. Oh, perfect. I need to check those scores because I feel like those scores were just copying each other. So let's just do one player and see if this player can get all the points and not the other player. So there are a few bugs. So the floor colouring is not working properly. See how it's coloured the floor all the way along here, it shouldn't do that. It's correct for the most part, but I think if it hits some of the places it hits around like here, you can see here it's gone wrong as well. There's some bugs to fix there. cool. Alright, cool. So, I thought it was going to take a while. Actually, that's worked out quite easy. So the player 1 and player 2 thing is pretty good. We don't have credits at the moment. I don't think we have lives actually. Do we have lives? Let's maybe do that. So if I... Oh! Oh, what's that about? Okay. Let's find out why that's been changed. Start with the... Wait, what? That's a completely different file. Okay, don't care about this starting soon, I don't know why that's still in there. But something is changing the background colour, and I'm pretty sure it's the background colour. Could it be that the IRQ is failing for some reason? Where's the IRQ's gone? Holy shit, where are the IRQs? Utils. Where's the util? Oh, I can have it open, that's fine. So it does this. This does set the background colour. Okay, this is what we need to look for. Oops. Okay, this is the only place it's been set. Second IRQ is here. Applied at 0. Now, could this routine for some reason be taking too long? Which is happening at 0. Okay, so this is happening at 0. Go through all of this. So it's blue as the background colour. And then the main. See, there's nothing in here. Oh. There's nothing in here that takes too long. There's no jump to other subroutines. I don't think there's any in here either. Okay. There's a definite problem when I hit that point there though. Slow it right down. Okay, is it just jumping up through platforms? Okay, it's not just jumping up through platforms, it's jumping up through that very specific platform. It's going to be a fun one. And not that one, but this one. feel like there's some debug thing going on here that I've failed to turn off. That's not happening. I feel like this value here is wrong. It's the bottom half of the screen, so this is actually pointing to this one. Set the background colour, hide the sprites. Set the screen colours correct. Oh. I feel like that's correct. Nope, still wrong. It's only when it's weirdly only when I jump through that section there. Like that's fine, and then it's jumping up through there, hitting that corner as I go. It's like it misses the IRQ or something. Let's just do a check. Let's okay, black is the background color, so let's set black in both of these. See if we still get the flash. Then we know it's the IRQ and not something else. No, it's still a okay, it's not the background color, it's something else. What's actually changing there? Maybe. So you go into non-multicolor mode or something? D022. Okay. Oh, there's this bit here. Standard background color 2. Which in this one is pink in that one. Let's just make sure that's never been here. I don't think it is, but let's just make sure it's never been here just in case, because that was the bit that we had terrible luck with before, so. No, it's still... I can't quite work out what's going on there. Let's try and get it in the debugger. Maybe the debugger can answer the questions. It gives me something to do for the last 20 minutes, I guess. There we go. I'm not seeing it now. There we go, right. Display mode. Text multicolor standard. Screen is correct. We are seeing D022, D023, D021 setting correctly, which would imply these IRQs are fired incorrectly. Because if I set that to green, D022, I can't actually see it until I restart. Okay. I think that's the problem. It seems like the IRQs are screwing up for some reason. Great, that's all I need. It's not this though. It's not this. Let's get rid of that section of code. Maybe that's something to do. I don't think it is, but let's just check anyway. No, it's not. Okay. So it should be getting in here instead of the background blue. Why would it not be getting in here? That's what's happening. This isn't being set correctly. These colours are not being set correctly. That means that this isn't firing properly. Nothing in here. This loops, sets black, hides the sprites, sets the screen control. Say later, maybe. Yeah, suddenly it's working now. Okay, so the question is, why the hell is that doing that? And that would imply that this is taking longer than I would assume it's taking, but no, sorry, this is taking longer. But there's nothing in here that is excessive. There's one loop right at the beginning here. It's a timing thing. And that's a sprite thing. This is screen shake. If I set that to 1, it's one line later, does it make any difference? It does as well. Oh no, there we go. It's harder, but it is happening there. Okay. Just gonna put just want to see where the hell that's happening. Yeah, it's happening at the bottom of the screen and nowhere else.
maybe. Nope. It's weird how it's just when it hits that point though. Okay, I feel like that was there before. Let's just put that back. This is okay. So it's gonna break things, so yeah, it's not made a difference. What have we done that has done that? But the score flash is not happening as part of the IRQ. If you look at the IRQ, there's really nothing. There's one routine here, which I've cancelled that. I blanked out, it still didn't happen. There's nothing else in here that's a routine. Everything is procedural, just straight down the list. And the same on here as well. Let me turn off this, because that's what we've just done, right? So let's turn off the HUD update. Maybe it is something in there that's doing it, but no, see, it's not. No. And it's only when I hit that corner. I can't make it. Oh, no, see, it happened there as well, somewhere around there. No, the bad line code has been, I mean, it's there, but it's not being hit. I mean, I just need to do that and it turns it off. Let's have a look for set interrupt. Maybe there's some disable of interrupt somewhere. Let's top my wine up. Only when I hit that. Yeah, I was trying to do that and I didn't really get. The only thing I could see was that that value was changing. That's a good point, because the background color that's changing, that shouldn't be changing, maybe we can put a breakpoint on that. So if I come into the game and then I jump up there, right, let's try putting a breakpoint in. So if I put a breakpoint on T022 equal to 0, how often? Okay, that's going to break every frame. Okay, so let's change that to D023 0. That's changing on every frame. Oh no, there we go. It's only changing. Why is that changing every frame? Maybe it shouldn't be doing. Like, why is it changing to pink there? Sorry, so we've got. Oh, it's because of that bottom section, isn't it? Okay, let's just change. Let's change that to 5. Let's see what happens. Yeah, just the weight bar. Yeah, you're right. We're still getting that flash, right? So we should have a green weight bar now. Yeah, okay, so that's correct. Why are we getting that? It's the background color is changing. That's the weird thing. Right, I'm gonna remove the background color changes from here completely. No, see, the problem is that it's firing this incorrectly. So if I make that white, it will flash white. Yeah, and it's because it's basically not triggering. It's not triggering this properly. Why would it not trigger that? And only when we jump into the corner of that thing. Let's have a look for the uses of this. There is no. Oh, you mean in? Hang on, which is the HUD? Okay, here. So this is the acknowledge. No, there's nothing in here. Well, there's a branch there, but it jumps to here. Do you know what? I'm interested. I'm just going to move that to the top here. I'm just going to acknowledge it first. No, it's not made a difference. Okay. But yeah, it's something like that. There is a jump in the HUD int. You mean this one? Yeah, this. I assume you mean this one. Just comment that out a second. Don't need that right now. You see that just comes to here and does the same thing anyway in the technologies. But if I take that out, it doesn't make any difference. Bizarre one. Also, this has stopped flashing there. Oh, because I've turned the update off. Just turn the update back on earlier. Before I forget. That's only in that corner as well. That's the weird thing. I know. Seems to be player 1 pulling out. Let's try with player 2. See if it's something related to. God damn, it's kind of hard with the. Oh, it's only happening on player 1. Okay, let's have a look at what we've actually changed. So we changed a lot of stuff to do with the player. Oops, no, I didn't want to do that. Okay. Let's go through each of the things. So we did a search for players active and player. Jump and fall, okay. Let's just get rid of each section one at a time and try it out and see what happens. Okay, it's not that bit. That's the spawning, it's not spawning. Get collisions. Collisions is what we're doing, so oh, interesting. It's not happening there. Okay, it's to do with this collision. Okay. So start just by doing that and get rid of that bit. Let's see what happens. Okay, it seems to be related to... Let's enable the other one. It seems to be related to this weird collision thing that we set up. Okay. So the moment I enable player 2, get rid of that. That's fine. Player 1 complete here. Okay, player 2 complete is here. Okay, that's the thing there as well. So player 1 working, let's have a look. No problem. Right. The moment I enable this, it goes wrong. Why? This collision. Player 2 complete is here, and it's just RTSs, so... Makes no sense, makes no sense. Why is this happening? It makes no sense. Oh, what a beautiful piece of poetry there by me. What about if I turn that off for both players? Does that make a difference? Well, wine doesn't taste that great today. No, okay. It's just the act of checking player 2 collision at all. If player 2 is not active. What happens if I activate player 2? Does it... Oh, see. So that means if it's taking... It's this. It can't be this. It's not doing something here. Something in here is setting something up. Condition. But if I don't do any updates, if I just turn the update off completely in here, in the interrupt, but there is no code in the interrupt for the HUD. You mean the split itself? But the weird thing is, right, is if so let me just do this again. So if player 1 jumps up through there, it causes a problem collision wise. However, and that's with the HUD update, the new HUD update disabled. However, if I go into here, into player, and I disable the check, this active check, so player 2 always sets its collision. Then it doesn't cause a problem. Likewise, if player 2 is active, it doesn't cause a problem. It's just the sheer act of player 2 being inactive which is causing a problem. Okay, I'm going to go for a quick break. When I come back, I'm going to figure this out before I go to sleep. Put a border colour change top and bottom of the space. Alright, oh yeah, I'll do that when I come back. Alright, I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's put some border increases in here. So not in that one, sorry, because that one's not being fired. This one. Well, let's do one in the other one as well, just in case. Turned it off, didn't Yeah, it's not the IRQ. Oh, actually, did you see where it's firing? It's firing in the wrong place. I think you're right, it is an IRQ thing, but why? Maybe we don't need that. Or we need it in this one either. Maybe we're incorrectly setting those. Oh no, we do need those. Alright. Let's let it debugger. But there's no FLD happening. I don't know why it would be. I don't know why it would be doing that. The FLD has been turned off at that point. It's bizarre. But yeah, I think you're right. It's something kind of related to that. So let's get it to. There we go. Right. So pause. Let's do a rewind and see what happens. You see that line is in the wrong place now, which is line 0, which is this bit. Is this bit here. I think it's the screen shake value. Like if I turn that screen shake off, if I turn that off completely, you see when it happens, this line here that should be at the top of the screen is actually appearing at the bottom down here, which should imply that D011 is being set incorrectly somewhere. But there's no other place where that's being set except here and here, but this should not be happening at all. This should never be being hit. Let me just put a breakpoint in there. That should never be being hit. If it is, then there's something weird, but yeah, it's not being hit. So that's not being hit. Let's put a breakpoint in here. Make sure that's never being hit as well. That's not being hit. Okay, so these functions at the end, these aren't being hit. Okay, so let's put a shitload of space, right? Those aren't being hit, but something is causing the next IRQ to happen at the wrong place. Okay, let's have a look for D011 and see where that's being set. Okay. So we're setting it in a few places in the IRQ. In all cases, and not being used, and. Ooh, what's this bit? No, this is again, this is not being hit, so. Oops. Oh, for God's sake. Right, screen control 1. So we are setting it here. I'm just setting it here. I'm just setting it here. Okay, 69, 138, 150. Okay. So this is the initial IRQ, and we're coming in, and we're only setting. Oh, okay, let's set that to 0. Just to make sure we're always doing that. Do it here as well, and here as well. And we need to. I bet that screen shape value is set to a strange number for some reason. Put that back in again. Code removed. Jump to FLD. Yeah, it's turned off. It's not. I mean, you're right. It's definitely something to do with that. But why is it setting that flag? Okay, let's go back to the debugger. Just restore everything correctly. Okay. I wonder if this screen shape value is incorrect. Like if I turn that off, there. Turn it off there. Does that fix it? No, see, it doesn't. Bits out. Flop. I imagine you mean flip bits out of sync. Okay. The problem is that this routine here is hitting the wrong point. For some reason, this is not. Oh, flew bits out of sync. Okay. Fix it. Right, remote files, there we go. Yeah, I must have lost connection for some reason. What I find odd is that in here, if I disable this, it's fine. So it's like something in here. Oh, wait a minute, screen shake, hang on. What's this thing here? Screen control 2. Screen control 2 is D016. Okay, it shouldn't be that. That's a different thing altogether. Because the other weird thing is if I set this to something higher, like 21, it's fine. no, in fact it's not, because you can see it still hits at the bottom. Still hits in the wrong place. So, the problem is this IRQ fires at the wrong time. Which is either screen control 1, which is only being set in the IRQs, yep, or D011, which is the same thing, but again that's only being set in the IRQs. Yeah, let's have a look in here. So at this point it's actually that's fine. Let's need to find a rewind state, right? There we go. D011. Yeah, at this point it is incorrect, but why is it incorrect? That's the problem. It should never be being set high, ever. Wait a minute. Player 2 is not active, and our sprites are these two here, then could it be something, and the only reason it's happening on this side is because of, hang on, what's my player 2 position, player 1 position, X212, okay, so it's not that, but this would set the high byte. And it's only happening over this side of the screen. So I wonder if it's to do with drawing the player on that side. Hang on. If I turn that off. Right, so what I think is happening, I can't explain why, but the X and Y position for this is D0, sorry, the X and Y position for this guy is D00E and D00F. So if there was some kind of indexing failure here, then D011 could be set, as well as D012. Yeah, I tried breaks, I tried that, but unfortunately it happens far too often, but maybe, well, we know that's what's happening, right, so let's do it. We can just catch you when it's in the wrong place, I guess. The problem is it's going to happen all the time. It's also not working properly. I think it's something to do with that player right routine, because if I turn that back on again, there we go, right, whereas if I turn that off, it doesn't happen, so maybe it's this jump, maybe skip frame set is the wrong thing to be jumping to. Ah, because look here, we've got an X and a Y. This is incorrect. It should be This is it. This is the problem. Because here, if the X value is set, I can't even spell. I think I'll go without spelling. I think that's it. I think if we change that, the problem is it's trying to set that value and it's using an X, which is not the correct value because it's not set here. It's set somewhere else, and obviously we don't need to set the frames for that sprite. That's it. That is it. Fucking hell. So what was happening was this routine here that was checking if the player was active. If it wasn't active, it was jumping to this point here, but this was actually grabbing a value, comma X, adding the screen shake value to it, and then storing it again. Well, that X is set up here somewhere. Ah, right. Now I need to make sure everything else is working properly. So let's get rid of this and put that back. That should be disabled. That's fine. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Parallax. This is one of those tunes that's kind of a bit of an earworm. As it really shouldn't be. It's kind of quite grating really when you listen to it, but it's definitely memorable. Okay, and then player. That was a get collision, wasn't it? So I'm just going to quickly check all the behaviors to make sure they all work again. So there must have been something about jumping at this particular point here which set the X value to a value which was seriously breaking things. So let's just try clearing the level with one player, then I'll try it with the other player, then I'll try with both players. Screen shake still works, that's good. Cool, that's fine. My god, that was, yeah, that was a lot of pain. Thank you guys for helping me out with that. That wasn't the easiest thing in the world to sort out. It's a problem with these programs, especially when you spend so much time doing it over such a long period and only intermittently as well. You do end up with something which can be quite hard to debug. Okay, screen shake works with player 2. Can I still grab the crown? I can. Can I activate this? I can. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Let's. We definitely need to sort that out. So let's try starting with player 1, introducing player 2, that's good, both can move. Let's try starting with player 2 and introducing player 1, that's good. Let's try. What I like about this Parallax tune as well is it's an ingenious piece of memory kind of usage, memory efficiency, because the tune itself isn't that big, so this is the next thing we need to work out, these weird colourings that happen. But it's written in a way that means it can be used. Oh my god, what is going on with that? Alright, there's a whole host of shit that needs to be sorted out there. I can't press it on my own. Okay, cool. So I think on the next stream we'll try and fix this FLD thing here, because this doesn't need to work, and it should be really simple. And then maybe we'll have a look at the bugs in the rest of the game. But we're getting there. We're getting there slowly. I think we'll be finished with this year anyway. Fucking hope so. It's only April. Right. Okay. I'm gonna leave it there, guys. Let's find someone to raid. Who's on and what they're doing? What's Naysayer doing? What's that? Variety Gaming, not sure what that is. Why has he got just chatting on? I'm not sure what that is. Gunstar Heroes is playing some Switch game, not interested. Tondagosa, Bard's Tale. I like Tondagosa. Let's go and raid Tondagosa. It's pretty good. Alright guys, we're gonna raid Tondagosa. Cool guy. Last time I raided him, he was playing Descent. He's playing Bard's Tale trilogy now, so cool. Man, that was a hard stream. It was a difficult one. But yeah, we'll continue. Maybe Tuesday we'll do some Game Boy stuff. I'm not sure yet though. I don't want to do it until I'm ready to do it, and I don't want to take away from anyone else who's streaming. So I need to work out the best times and places. Right, Tuesday's the most kind of practical for me, but we shall see. All right, cheers, guys. Have a good night, and I shall see you through the week. Bye.